Union Omaha and Forward Madison had so much fun the first 3 times they decided to meet up again. For the final time in the 2021 regular season, it's the Owls against the Flamingos, coming to you live from Warner Park in Papillion, Nebraska. Joe Malfa here with you this evening on ESPN Plus for the middle game of a Saturday night triple-header here in League One, where we have a lot to untangle in the league standings. Union Omaha is a safe distance away from the logjam in the middle, although Chattanooga and Greenville are not too far away. Or Madison, on the other hand, squarely in that mid-table crowd. A win tonight, and they could be in 5th. A loss, they could slip to 10th. And a draw keeps things very compact and very complicated. These teams have already met 3 times this season, as I mentioned. Take a stroll down memory lane between the Owls and the Flamingos. They're 1-1-1 against each other in 2021. 1-1-3 all time. The first meeting on the 26th. Suko got the goal. It was a 1-0 win. These teams have played very tight affairs. Next time around, it was 2-1 in Omaha's favor, even though Madison controlled the majority of that game. And then the first time they met at Warner Park, 1-1 draw. Early goal for the Owls, late goal for the Mingos. And here we are, 1-1-1 across the board. Can either team step up and win the season series? Maybe Noah Fuson will help things for Forward Madison. He's got a goal in each of the last 2 matches. Carl Craig has been clamoring for somebody on this team, not named Jake Keegan, to step up. Well, someone finally answered the call. Fuson's been getting it done. The chances were there early in the season. He just wasn't taking them. Now everything is starting to click, and if he can be a secondary scorer to go with Keegan, they could be dangerous. On the other hand, Greg Hurst has been dangerous all season long for the Owls. Not in the starting lineup tonight. He will come off the bench. It's the superest of all super subs. Not even a word, but when Greg Hurst is playing, you make up words to describe how well he has played. 9 goals, second in the league. He's 2 goals off the all-time lead in League One history. We'll see if he comes off the bench tonight and helps them out in a big way. Now, again, the first meeting went Madison's way, the second went Omaha's way, and the third ended in a draw. A chance to claim victory in the season series on the line tonight. Owls, Flamingos, flying your way next on ESPN+.
I'm actually the first person in my whole entire family, teenagers, adults, kids, grandparents, that's gotten my bachelor's degree. It was 16 hours to Missouri, and then we picked up my dad and my brother, and then it was another 5 hours here. I didn't get a walk for high school. Everyone else gets that opportunity, so when it came to this, I was like, I don't care how far it is away.
Tonight, we would like to welcome our Centris Federal Credit Union ball kids. If you want to be a Centris ball kid at the next Union Omaha match, visit unionomaha.com/community to sign up. Thank you to Nebraska State Soccer for helping us select the Centris ball kids. We would like to thank these awesome restaurants in the Omaha Metro for providing team meals to our players during the 2021 season. Chick-fil-A Bellevue, Vitality Bowls, Papio Pit Barbecue, The Corner Kick, Epcot Cantina, and Beacon Hills. We appreciate your support and team meals during our 2021 season. Battle of the Birds, Part 4, tonight in Papillion, Nebraska. We're just about set to kick things off as the officials walk the match ball out to the halfway line. Omaha 7-1-6, Madison 4-3-7. It's first place, first ninth place, but so much can change in a very tight table. Let's take a look at the starting lineups tonight for both of these squads, starting with the visiting Forward Madison. Not a lot has changed from last week. One of the big players to circle in here, Jesus Perez in the middle, newly acquired, made his debut for the team last week. right there in the middle. It allows Malloy in that midfield to freelance a little bit more, get forward, and continue to string the attack to Keegan, Fuson, and Gebhard. Malloy leads the team with 3 assists. Keegan leads with 6 goals. On the flip side for J. Mims and Union Omaha, not quite a new look, but different wrinkle with Greg Hurst coming off the bench tonight potentially as that super sub. Ali Hozic will go to the top of the formation. Elma Enfor might cycle up there as well. Doyle, second in the league with 5 assists on that left side. JP Skier, Steven Boyce, so tough to break down in the midfield. And that back line, forget it. They lead the league with the fewest goals conceded, just 11 so far. Now, the last time these teams played, it was a quick start for the Owls. They scored 11 minutes in, courtesy of Devin Boyce. Or Madison would hope to start a little bit better this time around, although that man, Connor Tobin, allowed them to earn a point on their first trip to Nebraska. A header late on. He did it all that game. He had a handful of tackles. He had a save off the line 90 seconds in, and then he had that goal. Owls, black tops, white bottoms tonight. Or Madison in the all white with the pink trim, and we are underway from Warner Park. Now this game will look similar, of course, to when they played on July 16th. Not as much to when they played end of May and beginning of June, just because of the dimensions being so different from Bree Stevens versus here at Warner Park. Very tight field here on the converted baseball diamond. And in that game in July, 12 shots to 6 in Omaha's favor, a 1-1 draw. Possession was just about 50-50. And it was a physical game with 13 fouls aside. There's the first one, goes against Ali Hodzic. Omaha applied a lot of pressure early on. Madison had some trouble with it. Nearly did so again there. The foul goes against Firmino. Jay Mims chatted with me this week about how difficult it is to play a team for the 4th time in such a short span. There's really nothing either team can show the other that they haven't seen already in the first 3. It simply comes down to execution. Who can take their chances in the box? Who can avoid those mental lapses? Because everything else is there. It's not really a chess match because you know the other team's moves the whole way. And to help break up some of the monotony of the season now at the midway point, as this was lofted over the top early, chance knew who makes the stop. And then the foul is called. Jake Keegan persisted. Nuhu calming down his back line as that chance came out of nowhere. Just a direct ball, Route 1 over the top. Audie Jepson didn't get much on it, but it's going to take a lot to beat Rashid Nuhu. As I was starting to say, to break up some of the monotony here at the midway point of the year, Jay Mims altered his practice schedule this week entirely. Went to more of an individual session on one of the days. The players responded very well. It was one of their best training sessions of the season, and he intends to make that a weekly thing now. Once a week to just have individual small group training, try to stimulate things, work on some of the fundamentals that you don't really have a chance to work on much throughout the season with games coming quickly, especially in the summer here with a tight schedule. Riga Toyama wanted to continue there. He's hoping for the advantage, but a second foul against Firmino. I'll have to keep an eye out now. 2 quick fouls, less than 3 minutes in. Another one, he might get an early booking. Carl Craig on the flip side for forward Madison. He felt there were still some new wrinkles that he could throw Jay Mims' way, especially with Chino Perez in the mix. He did not play, of course, the first 3 times these teams met. He was just acquired recently on loan from Dundalk in the first division of Ireland. Signed on loan for the rest of the season in the number 33 kit. 22nd pick in the 2020 draft by New York City FC and MLS. Carl Craig feels that the new look provided by Perez in the middle could throw Omaha for a bit of a loop. Nudge in the back from Tobin. No call. One point that was echoed by both coaches in our chats this week. The positive of playing 4 times in such a short span, they didn't really do much prep for the other team during the midweek training, which allowed them to really focus on themselves at this stage of the season. So much is dedicated towards preparing for an upcoming opponent, especially if you played once, maybe twice. But having already met 3 times, neither team spent much time at all preparing for the other team. It was a chance to be introspective, work on some things, figure out some things tactically, and really just continue to improve the foundations that you laid down during training camp in the early stages of the season that you sort of get away from as the year goes along. And 4 drops deep. Brings Alihodzic. Alihodzic scored once when these teams met already. He was in that 2-1 win back on June 6th. Own goal in the 7th minute, a Jake Keegan goal in the 35th minute. And then Alihodzic won it in the 51st for Omaha. Omaha enters unbeaten in their last 9 games. 4 wins, 5 draws. Alihodzic taken down. Again, no call. Corbin May letting things play out early on. Omaha's last loss actually came on May 26th against these Flamingos of Forward Madison. Here we are, the first week of August. This Owls team has tasted defeat just once this season, and it came nearly 3 months ago. Diaz slow to get up after that challenge. Malloy will get it back into play. He's 3rd in the league with 29 chances created. And 1st on the team, 8th in the league with 3 assists. This one taken from distance, and it's high and wide. Madison pleading their case. It took a deflection. It'll be a goal kick for Rashid Nuhu. Noah Fuson, he is in a confident run of form, as we highlighted at the top of the show. 2 goals, 1 in each of the last 2 matches. Kind of confidence is infectious, leads you to take a chance like that. He wasn't too far off. Since 1947, Select has been the leader in soccer ball quality and innovation. Select is the official ball supplier of USL League One and many of the elite leagues throughout Europe. For the latest Select products and special offers, please visit www.selectsportamerica.com. In their second season here in the league, Omaha has been stellar at home. They're 3-0-3 this season. You factor in last year's record, they are 8 wins, 4 draws, just 2 losses overall here at Warner Park. It's been a fortress for them. There must be something in the water out there as well, because the baseball team that shares this venue, the Omaha Storm Chasers, also in first place in AAA. Successful summer so far for the Omaha-based teams. A little bit nervy there on the nod back from Eric Leonard, slotting back to the center back position. Typically a midfielder. We saw him on that back line a couple of times in the last couple of seasons. Not really where Carl Craig wants to play him, just out of necessity today due to the injury. Gustavo Fernandez is on the bench, but not necessarily fit to start. We'll see if he factors in later on. It's an option that Carl Craig has to bring in Fernandez and push Leonard back into the midfield. On a short track, though, at Warner Park, Leonard will have some free range to get further forward and help orchestrate the attack from the midfield line. And 4. That's Alihodzic in the middle. Draws the foul from Gebhard. Elma N4 in his 3rd season in League One. Spent the first one with Lansing, last year with Omaha. Hasn't quite found the form that he had in his days with Lansing, where he was more of a creator up top. Mim sees a bit of a different role for him, though. Helps drag defenders out of the way with very intelligent runs, and it's freed up space for the likes of Greg Hurst to get in behind. Again, Hurst coming off the bench tonight, tied for 2nd in the league with 9 goals. 3rd time Firmino's been called for a foul now. Not much there that time. Corbin May might want to give him one last warning here. We're 10 minutes in. It's 3 fouls against Firmino. Not a lot there. Looked more like Riga Toyama slipped on the grass. Madison in a run of 3 consecutive 1-1 ties. Carl Craig turned it onto the players this week. Instead of asking the questions of what might need to change, he allowed it to the players. He wanted them to figure it out, and he said they had a very productive training session. The players, from watching film, from figuring things out on the training ground, they've started to pick up on where some of their issues are with that connecting ball in the final third. They think they have things figured out. A chance tonight get back in the right direction offensively. They're last in the league right now with just 16 goals scored. On the flip side, they're 3rd in goals against. Defensively, stellar. It's been a question of finding secondary scoring beyond Jake Keegan. Fuson has supplied it the last 2 games. There is Carl Craig. Going with the pink flamingo theme, it seems, on his shirt tonight. Rashid Nuhu, the Golden Glove race leader, gets it back into play. Nuhu has 4 clean sheets in 12 appearances this year. He's given up just 9 goals. He's made 28 saves. He was 2nd in the Golden Glove race last year to Dallas J of Greenville. But right now, he has a very hefty advantage on the rest of the league. He's the only goalkeeper with a sub-1 goals against average. Keegan, good first touch into space. Battling with Doyle. Keegan to the end line, cuts it across in front, and cleared by Kroll. Only as far as Bariga Toyama. Challenge put in, Souza there to clear. Bariga Toyama walking a bit gingerly, holding his right leg. Jepson. Good start from the Flamingos. It's been one-way traffic so far. After the last 2 times these teams met, when Omaha scored in the 7th and 11th minutes respectively. Looks like we have a stoppage here. Bariga Toyama put in a couple of sliding challenges on the other end during that attack. Walked it off very gingerly, but now goes to ground. Fuson, Malloy, Keegan over there showing some concern as the trainer gets out there. Mariga Toyama really served as a 12th man in 2019 before latching onto a starting role in 2020 that he has not relinquished since then. Madison has played 14 games this season. Mariga Toyama has played all but 1 minute of the 14 games. Seemed like Jake Keegan gave the sub signal. That's not a good sign. Jay Mims uses this as an opportunity to talk things over with his midfield. We had Dare, Doyle, Boyce in the discussion. Talk about the defense a lot with Jay Mims and Nuhu at the back. Nuhu gets the praise as goalkeepers tend to receive when you have a record like that of just 9 goals against in 12 games. But it's a defensive mentality for Omaha that really keeps things secure on the back end for Nuhu. They're very aware of the fact they have a smaller field here, and anything can turn into an offensive opportunity at any time. A goal kick, a corner kick going the other way, a throw-in, anything can turn into a chance. So it's a mentality as a unit. They're relentless defensively, swarming to every ball. A lot of continuity on that back line as well. Viader, Knudsen, Kroll, Souza have started nearly every game together for Omaha. And this is a big concern here for Madison. Looks like Mariga Toyama will be exiting. Ronaldo Lomeli will enter. And again, Mariga Toyama has played every minute except for 1 of the first 14 games. They're gonna have to go the rest of the way without him. Ronaldo Lomeli, Los Angeles, California. Started every preseason game. Overhead kick from Ali Hudzic. Get some oohs and ahs from the crowd. But after starting every preseason game, Lomeli, just 5 appearances, 3 starts in the regular season. Here is Lomeli. Here's there will be a tactical switch as well, with Diaz going over to left back and Lomeli at right back. There is Lomeli trying to work his way through the pile. Boyce, so tough to deal with. Midfielder gets really high up the field, pressures, puts in a slide tackle every chance he gets. Most tackles on the team for Omaha. Firmino draws the foul. Diaz takes him down. Diaz, one of the cornerstones of this team. A new assignment now as he goes over to the left side with Mariga Toyama out and Lomeli in on the right side. Carl Craig compared his role, Christian Diaz, to that of Philipp Lahm for Germany. He's a central midfielder by trade, converted out to right back, creates so many opportunities and plays so well defensively for the Flamingos. Boyce delivers it, center of the box. Rising, heading, save. No, it's in. Looked like it was going to be touched away by Brino. Instead, it's put in. Dalton Knudsen with a powerful header. And Omaha goes up 1-0. There wasn't much space at that post. When Brino got a hand to it, You thought he would keep it out, but just enough on it for it to end up in the net. Second goal of the season for Dalton Knutson. Now last time on this field, Omaha got the early goal. It ended 1-1, and they finished it out this time. Miscommunication there. Skiers takes it. Out to Enfor. Skiers drew the foul. Set piece yielded a goal last time. Viadair and Boyce stand over it again. Looks like Boyce is going to leave this one for Viadair. Viadair leads the league with 35 chances created. It is Viadair, chips it in. Skiers trying to keep it alive. All the way back to Nuhu. Omaha pride themselves on their set pieces. And their first real dangerous opportunity out of set piece yields a goal tonight. No Greg Hurst in the starting lineup. Scoring would have to come from elsewhere. And it's an unlikely source. Dalton Knutson, his second of the season, just 2 minutes ago. Flag goes up on Ali Hodzic. Part of the reason Omaha's been so successful this year is they don't go down in games. They have trailed for less than 90 minutes all season long. Here they are in their 15th game, and they haven't even trailed for the combined length of time of one game. Nobody else in the league even close to that stat. O'Malley, a good run. Keeps it alive for Keegan. Keegan thought he was going to have a corner. There could be some history tonight. Jake Keegan is 1 goal away from the most all-time in League One history. Ronaldo Damas has that mark with 21. Keegan sitting on 20. Damas now showcasing his talents in USL Championship, 8 goals on the season for Orange County. Now if Greg Hurst comes in as a sub in the second half, he is only 2 goals away from Damas's record of 21. He's 1 behind Keegan. As this season goes along, we could see some leapfrog going on in the all-time goal standings in League One history. Terzaghi for Richmond has 19. Hurst here, as I mentioned, has 19 with Keegan at 20. And Marco Micheletto of South Georgia Tormenta not too far behind them, just at 18. Boyce sends the ball in. Ali Hodges contact there. Now for Enfor, who goes down. Two shots apiece, 1 shot on target apiece. Heavy possession advantage for forward Madison, nearly 70%. But it hasn't yielded much in the attacking half. Madison tied for the league high with 7 draws on the season. 4 of their last 5 road games have ended in a draw. 1 win, 1 loss, 5 ties on the road. And their streak of 3 consecutive 1-1 draws started here at Warner Park a couple of weeks ago. August is USL Supporters Month, and we want to hear from you. Visit uslleague1.com/supporters-month for more information on how you can get involved and have a chance to be featured as a supporter of the week. Nuhu blasts it. Here's some of the Madison fans singing as well. They made the trip as they did a few weeks ago. Heavy touch from Fuson. Firmino takes it over from New England Revolution 2 this season. 8th start of the season for Nicholas Firmino. He hasn't quite found the scoring touch that he had last year with New England. Just 1 goal on the season. Hasn't yet recorded an assist either. Firmino last year, 4 goals, 2 assists in 16 games. JP Skiers unhappy with that call. He did not play the last time these teams met. He was serving out a red card suspension of 1 game. Malloy clips it over the top. Kroll clears. Lamelli trying to press in behind. He's getting really far up that right flank after coming on as a sub. Jiro Barriga Toyama, who played all but 1 minute of the season for Madison, came out at the 15-minute mark due to injury. Lamelli came in and sent Christian Diaz to the left side, and Lamelli here on the right side. Ali Hodzic, boys hadn't yet begun the run. Goals haven't been easy to come by for Omaha. For being in first place in the league, they're middle of the pack, tied with 3 teams in 5th place. If there's anything that this team can improve and want to improve, it is in the offensive department for Jay Mims. Talks about how many chances and shots they have. They just lack the quality, even though the quantity has been there. Second effort from Tobin, gets it back to his keeper. Tobin, the lifeblood veteran of this team, wants to bring them a playoff run and a championship. They're sitting just below the playoff line, a point behind. It shows you the standings before the game started. Foul behind the play. It's so congested that Madison, in 9th place entering, could end up in 5th with a win. They could end the night in 10th with a loss. And a draw would still be good enough to put them, at least for the time being, above the playoff line in 6th based on the tiebreaker. A lot to be sorted out. Carl Craig is very excited for this stretch run. He feels the additions in the midfield, particularly Chino Perez. We haven't heard a lot from tonight. That could change at any moment. But particularly that addition really excites Carl Craig, not only because of the quality Perez brings into the mix as he pressures JP Skeers there, but also because of what it allows Aaron Malloy to do in the midfield. Part of the scoring struggles for Madison has been connecting the back line to the top line, creating those opportunities. Malloy has plenty of them. He's third in the league at chances created. Boyce lays it off Ali Hudzic, and there is Tobin. How often have we seen that? Last moment tackle. Keep things off of his goalkeeper. Take another look at that one. Tobin times it perfectly. Gets the ball away, comes through with the follow through and makes contact, but all ball there from Tobin. Half an hour gone. Joe Malfa here with you at Warner Park in Papillion, Nebraska. First place Union Omaha, ninth place Forward Madison. Don't get it twisted though, in ninth place. They were right there with a chance to go above the playoff line tonight. Goal was scored by Dalton Knudsen off a set piece in the 19th minute. That's the difference right now for Union Omaha. Attention though turns to Ali Hudzic, who has not yet gotten up from that tackle put in by Connor Tobin. The rest of the players use this as a de facto hydration break. Ali Hudzic, he seems to be all right because he's up and pleading his case that should have been a penalty. I'll take that as a positive body language sign that he'll be okay to continue, hopefully, for Omaha's sake. If he's feeling well enough to turn the attention to the official instead of the leg. Omaha has had just one set piece so far. It was the free kick that yielded the goal. First corner of the match for either side. Boyce drills it in, and for the save is made by Brino. Brino's doing his part. He got a hand to the goal from Knudsen. This time, enough to keep it out. On the header from Edfort. Tommy Villader goes over to the other side to take it. Villader towards Skeers. Skeers a free header and saved by Brino. Little Mutombo finger wag at the end as well. The confidence from Brino. Is taking control. That goalkeeper role. Started all but one game this season. 3 clean sheets, 29 saves in 13 games coming into tonight. And 2 big ones in that sequence there. Keep this a 1-0 game. Ali Hudzic already back out onto the field for Omaha. Doyle battles with Perez. And Firmino comes through. Nutmeg from Firmino. He's taken down by Fuson. Fuson, 12 appearances, 2 starts, and a goal last year. Coming up on the 1-year anniversary of signing his contract with Forward Madison. Earned that spot in August via tryout. Had trials with Sacramento Republic and Loudoun United before signing with Madison. Goals in each of the last 2 games for Fuson. That one last off Ali Hudzic out for a goal kick. Lamelli has looked solid on the right side ever since he subbed in for the injured Jiro Barriga Toyama. He set Diaz to the left side as Lamelli occupied the right. I haven't called Jake Keegan's name much. He's 3rd in the league with 34 shots, 6th in the league with 6 goals. 2nd in League One history with 20 goals. Madison has not been able to find his feet. I mentioned earlier that Carl Craig posited the question to his players this week. Wanted them to figure things out. Introspective look as to what might be the issue offensively. He was very proud of the way Aaron Malloy stepped up and helped lead the team. Connor Tobin there, he's a known leader. Jake Keegan, the captain, a known leader. But Aaron Malloy stepped up and surprised Carl Craig in a very positive way with the way he conducted himself during that training session. Malloy's a player that Carl Craig didn't feel he would have beyond this year, simply because of the fact that he knows a lot of teams will be calling, whether from USL Championship or MLS. To acquire a guy like Malloy, he's going to enjoy him while he has him. So far, he's enjoyed it to the tune of 29 chances created, 3rd in the league. And a team-high 3 assists, good enough for 8th in the league. For the Penn State man, Aaron Malloy. Malloy was drafted 16th overall in 2020 by the Portland Timbers. And the signing of Chino Perez, it now gives Madison 2 first-round draft picks from that 2020 class in MLS in that same midfield. Perez 22nd overall by NYCFC, Malloy 16th by Portland. Here is Malloy. Lamelli. And forces it back. Leonard has been strong at center back. Again, not his normal position, typically in that midfield with the likes of Malloy and Perez. Jepson steps into the midfield instead of Leonard, as Leonard is on the back line for Fernandez, who may come off the bench. Fuson still with it. Just a shrug from Fuson then. Nobody was there in the middle for his centered ball. Gebhard taken down, heavy tackle. Now this is a very dangerous spot for Madison. Decent enough angle to take a shot if they so choose. Perfect spot to whip in a dangerous cross. We saw Omaha score on a free kick, crossed in by Boyce, headed home by Knutson at the other end 20 minutes ago. In the 19th minute, here we are in the 39th, and a chance presents itself for the Flamingos. Perez leaves it for Malloy. Malloy takes the shot, surprises Nuhu, hits the post. Everything about Malloy's body language suggested a cross. Looking over at the players in the middle, and his body angled that way. But a quick surprise run-up, whipped it near post, nearly caught Nuhu flat-footed. The post saves the day. And actually there, as we zoom in, you can see the ties in the net there. That was the mark left by Devin Boyce when he broke the net in the 11th minute, the last time these teams met with his goal. But the wrong side of that netting and that post for Malloy. Omaha has scored first in 11 of their games so far this season. They've played 14. There's 7 wins, 4 draws. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. They have trailed for a combined time that is less than 90 minutes on the season. No other team remotely close to that. Ollie Hunt's taken down. Play continues. Boyce taken down. Play continues again. Diaz directing some traffic. Pulls it back. Malloy all the way back to Brino. Malloy can't find an option. This is what it's been like tonight for Madison. Majority of the possession, nearly 70%. But not a lot of it in the attacking half or third. Malloy gives it away as they try to go across midfield. And 4. Picks up a head of steam, taken down. That's going to be a yellow for Jepson. Not going to get any argument from him either. Had to get in the way and prevent N4 from creating any dangerous opportunity. Another look here. Lonnie Jepson. Good veteran foul. Spent last season with St. Louis in USL Championship. 7 appearances, 4 starts. From Wisconsin, happy to be home. Played club, high school, college, and now pro for a Wisconsin-based team. Probably not what Omaha had in mind when they tried to play it quick and short to Boyce, all the way back to Nuhu. Kroll. Knotted down for Boyce. Space. Shot taken. And it's into the Parliament. The USL on ESPN returns to ESPN Deportes when 2 playoff hopefuls meet for the first time. Colorado Springs Switchbacks FC invade the birthplace of rock and roll. Take on Memphis 901 FC. Tuesday, August 10th, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Deportes. And 4 puts a foot in. Boyce takes the ball. Firmino with some space. Malloy closes down. Souza. Doyle. Good ball to N4. On his right foot, floats it to the backside. Knotted away by Fuson before it falls for Firmino. Good hustle from Fuson to knock it out for a throw instead of a corner. Although on this tighter field, Omaha has a couple of set pieces up their sleeve for throw-ins from this portion of the field. Verity Souza has a cannon. Ali Hodzic. I believe he's called for a handball. Elsewhere in League One, South Georgia Tormenta FC is 5 minutes away from winning the season series against Greenville Triumph, two of the most bitter rivals in this league. They played the first ever match in League One history. Tormenta lost the first match those teams played. This one taken by Perez. Opened there, Fuson couldn't get it there. Knutson steps in. Danger averted for Omaha. Greenville took that first matchup. Tormenta won the next one 3-1. The third meeting, Greenville at home had a 2-0 lead at the half. Tormenta stormed all the way back to win it 3-2. And now again on the road in Greenville, 3-1 Tormenta with 5 to go. That was game 1 of this Saturday tripleheader. Here's game 2, and then game 3 in the desert, 10 p.m. Eastern time. FC Tucson takes on North Texas Soccer Club. 4 minutes of added time here. The flag goes up on Jake Keegan. Jake Keegan has been stuck on 20 goals in League One for the better part of a month. Right there on the precipice of tying Ronaldo Damas for the most goals in league history. And now he's got to look over his shoulder. I mentioned Greg Hurst on the bench tonight for Omaha, sits on 19. Emiliano Terzaghi of Richmond sits on 19. And after scoring in that Greenville Tormenta game, Marco Micheletto joins that crowd with 19 goals. Just halfway through this season, we could see multiple players overtake Damas as this season goes along, and then overtake each other. Villader unhappy with that foul call, doesn't want to give the ball up. A little shoving match with Lomeli. Omaha would be very happy to see that result as well with Tormenta and Greenville. The Triumph not too far behind Omaha coming into the night. Just a 3-point separation between the two. If that result holds in Greenville and this result holds in Omaha, what was a 3-point lead entering the night would be a 6-point lead ending the night for the Owls over Greenville. The top two teams last season, Greenville took the trophy home. Two gone, 2 to go of the 4 minutes of added time. Malloy. Out to Diaz. Still just one shot on target for Madison. Gebhard gave chase. Spent last season in USL Championship with Charlotte Independence. 2 goals, 1 assist in 7 starts. He's 25 years old, with plenty of USL experience. Spent 2 years with El Paso, a year with OKC, and a year with Charlotte before making his way to Madison. And that is the half. There were 4 minutes up on the board. The whistle blows after 3. Miscommunication somewhere, but both of these teams look like they were running out of steam, ready to go into the locker room anyway. And they'll go into the locker room with Omaha up 1-0 on the goal scored by Dalton Knutson in the 19th minute. 4th time these teams are meeting this season. Shouting going on between both benches. Madison is waiting for that extra minute of added time. And I think they're calling the players back out onto the field. The fans are chanting 1 more minute. Jay Mims doesn't seem happy about it, but to be fair, Jay Mims certainly did see that 4 minutes were put up on the board and only 3 were played. There's not much Jay Mims can complain about, though, these days with his team. 7-1-6 in first place. Just 1 loss on the season after finishing in second last year. It's been a tremendous start to the history of this franchise. See if anything does come of that extra minute that we're playing. Not extra minute, the minute that we were supposed to play, I should say. Perez, maybe one last attack in this half. Doyle swoops it away. Firmino floats it forward to Alihodzic. Tobin cuts it off. And for the second time, the halftime whistle. You never know what you're going to see at the ballpark tonight. It's 2 halftime whistles. So now officially we walk into the locker room with Dalton Knutsen's goal standing as the only one of half number 1 all the way back in the 19th minute. 4th time these teams have met this season. Madison won the first, Omaha won the second. The third was a 1-1 draw. What do we have in store in the last 45 here? The Parliament got to celebrate an early goal, but last time they met, it was an early goal for Omaha, a late goal for Madison, and a 1-1 draw. We will see. Back in a moment here on ESPN+.
At Nebraska Medicine, we're serious about safety. Every extraordinary measure we take is for you and you, so you can get the expert care you need today at every one of our locations. Together, we're elevating our world-leading safety protocols, implementing new social distancing guidelines, and offering care anywhere with telehealth, all so you can continue being your extraordinary you.
Halftime between the Owls and Flamingos. The game going on tonight at Warner Park, but this was the site of a clinic during the week. For more on that, here's Jay Kroll.
I'm here at the kids clinic this Sunday, and we had about almost 100 kids come out. Super awesome, super great to play with them and train with them and put some drills on for them. Good, and turn. We had some great players show up. People were scoring goals, having fun, celebrating well.
Here we go. Yes. 4, 3, 2, good finish.
And just really cool to see how many kids came out. A lot of these kids come to our games a lot and support us super well, so being able to spend time with them was really special and fun.
Just one ball per line. You're gonna pass it across, take a touch, pass it back across, and then hop in the back of your line. Does that make sense? So for example,
the only Thursday night game of the season currently on the USL League One calendar, New England, North Carolina. North Carolina entered this with 2 wins in a row that ended on this Thursday night trip up to a foggy Foxborough. And the table's so crowded, you get a couple of wins in a row, all of a sudden you're in great shape. New England had won 2 of the last 3 coming in. They make it 3 wins in their last 4. Diego Rivera got a little help here on the deflection, but he puts New England up 1-0 in the 33rd minute. Second half, all about Edward Kizza. Clint PA had been waiting for Kizza to finally have his breakthrough, considering how many chances have gone his way this season. He hasn't found the goal until this one. 49th minute, he makes it 2-0 New England. More from him in a bit. North Carolina had just their best run of form coming into this game, but just nothing was working for them in this one. 66th minute, one of their better chances, but when this is one of the toughest saves Joe Rice has to make in the entire game, you know things are not going your way offensively. Just a lazy shot down to the corner, and one of the potential Golden Glove candidates this season makes no mistake about it. 74th minute, this is when Kizza gets his brace. It comes from Hikaru Fujiwara. He times the run perfectly here, Kizza. Second goal of the game, second of the season. Maybe this is the breakout that Clint PA was hoping for that could get Kizza in great form down the stretch of this season. After that, New England ended up in 5th place going into the weekend with 22 points, and they are within striking distance. They are just 2 points back of 3rd, 3 back of 2nd, and they're 2 points clear of the playoff line. It gives Clint PA a lot to smile about, and we don't see too many smiles from him, but we get one there. Now Friday afternoon, we go north of the border, and this one, that's just a great finish. It's just a wrong net from Juan Pablo Monticelli. Nothing you can do if you're the goalkeeper, Akira Fitzgerald. You just cock your head back in the air. You try to get it back momentarily. And you know what? To Richmond's credit, they did. Fast forward a few minutes, going the other way without Emiliano Terzaghi, without a few other key players. Who would step up? Neil Vinyals was the answer. He draws the penalty, and then he steps up to take the penalty. And it is just a clinically taken kick from the mark. Calm, collected, side netting. It's 1-1 on the road. Tough spot for Richmond. They were on their way to a point, it seemed, but Antonio Carlini strikes again. He and Garrett McLaughlin have the last 7 goals scored by this Toronto team, except for the own goal, of course. And that one's just a beauty all around. The build-up, the finish, everything perfect there. Toronto gets the 3 points, and they are now in 4th place. They're just 1 point behind 3rd, 2 behind 2nd in a very crowded table. More from around USL League One in just a moment.
Hey everybody, Scott Stewart here from USL. Proud to be joined by Puma's John Miller here for an interview. What initially attracted you to the league, and what are your thoughts on the partnership so far?
For us, the mutual experience of offering access to the sport to numerous marketplaces across North America is really what grew us. And then, of course, the great team at the USL has been tremendous to work with from the get-go.
I am a first-generation student here at Bellevue University. I feel like if I were to have gone to a different university, my experience would have been a lot more stressful and overwhelming, because I feel like I wouldn't have gotten that personal experience that Bellevue University has to offer.
In front, header, score! What a goal! Goal to the 901! He puts it in! Colorado Springs has its lead! Goal! It's another for Colorado Springs!
Weather not looking great. We'll keep you updated if there's any delay. But for now, it's 1 for Omaha, none for Madison. Joe Malfa here with you on ESPN+. Take a look around USL League One with some news and notes. It is Supporters Month. Remember to go to uslleague1.com/supporters and you could receive some gear and some honors. 4th time's the charm. Well, here we are. Union Omaha forward Madison. A couple of teams have met for the 4th time this regular season. This is one of those meetings. And Robbie Cristo is on fire right now for North Carolina as they look to continue climbing the table out of the cellar of League One. Back-to-back braces for Robbie Cristo. That's a good sign for North Carolina. A look around the league with some scores. Tormenta beat Greenville 3-1. The first couple you're seeing there from the past week, North Carolina had that win and then that loss against New England. Just saw the highlights from that game and the Toronto game a moment ago. And later tonight, 9 Central, Tucson and North Texas to end this week in USL League One, Week 18. Look at the upcoming schedule for Week 19. Tuesday. It's a weird start on a Tuesday. I don't see too many Tuesday games, but North Carolina goes after Chattanooga. Richmond, New England should be a good one on Saturday. And it's a big slate on Saturday with 4 games. Madison, Tormenta, that's a big one in the standings. North Texas, North Carolina, a battle of the Norths in League One. And then FC Tucson hosts Union Omaha out in the desert to end the night. We'll be back in a moment here on ESPN Plus for Omaha and Madison. And let's hope that that rain stays away. The Owls looking to extend their unbeaten streak to 10 straight games over Madison. Omaha leads 1-0 over Madison. Here's what that first half looked like. The fans in attendance, that is a scary-looking owl statue. Well, you know what? The fans had a lot to cheer about early on. The one save that Nuhu had to make was that one right there in the 2nd minute. Then the goal came in the 19th. Knutson from Boyce on that free kick. Adair faked it. Boyce took it. Reno got a hand to it. And it ended up in the back of the net regardless. 3rd game in a row between these two teams, and Omaha got on the board first and early. 7th minute, 11th minute, and now 19th minute. There were more chances there, but Connor Tobin, defensively, so strong for Madison. Here was a great opportunity for N4. Brito made the stop. And on the corner from the other side, JP Skiers shook free. Wide open header, and Brito makes another stop. JP Skiers, so lethal in the air. Scored a couple of goals with his head last year. Malloy on the free kick hit the post. Caught Nuhu by surprise. Possession went Madison's way in that first half in a big way. they didn't do much with it. That first shot on target you saw in the highlight package all the way back in the second minute, still their lone shot on target. Omaha has had a very efficient attack all season long. Not a team that cares too much about possession in general. They care more about where that possession is. If it's in an attacking third, the chances are created. They finish those chances, and it's part of why they're in first place. Players are back out on the field to begin half number 2. And we just have to hope the weather stays away from the area. Corbin May, the official. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Remember, we did have one substitution in the first half. Jiro Bariga Toyama was lifted due to injury a quarter hour in. It sent Christian Diaz from right back to left back. And inserted with Ronaldo Lomelli. Underway in half number 2. Ali Hodzic gets us going. Omaha and the black tops, white bottoms from left to right. Visiting Madison, the all white with the pink trim. Madison scored a winner late in the first meeting between these two teams. They scored an equalizer late last time out. High pressure early on. There were shouts there for it being a pass back, but the last came off of Ali Hodzic. Tobin through for Keegan. A name we didn't call too much in the first half. Jake Keegan dropping a bit deeper to receive the ball this time around. Trying to get involved any way he can. Malloy dispossessed by Skeers. Boyce on the run. Firmino receives it. Already Souza. Skeers looking through for Firmino. And it's out for a goal kick. Carl Craig spoke a lot about the parity in this league. We chatted this week. There have been so many ties all around the league. Part of it's familiarity, part of it is just luck. The great quote he had, if you go to the website and you look at the league standings, more than in a second, Boyce fed through, Tobin shields it out. If you go to the league website and you look at the standings, each team has their last 5 results on the right-hand side of the screen. Green rectangles for a win, red rectangles for a loss, gray rectangles for a draw. Carl Craig pointed out there's a lot of gray on that screen, but the matches haven't been gray. There's been a lot of very exciting draws, namely Tormenta and Richmond 2 weeks ago. It was 2-0 Tormenta in the 60th minute and finished 2-2. It's just parity, a lot of talent on every team, and so many players hungry, competitive, wanting to move up the ranks. Doyle the shot right into Bruno's mitts. These players here in League One, they want chances at USL Championship. They want chances at MLS. Parity all around, and the competitive spirits, blood pumping on the games. Teams who are down want to get back into it. A lot of ties all around, but it's not because of a lack of entertainment. Dave Mims also spoke about the uptick in ties around the league. He pointed to the substitutions being at 5 instead of 3 as part of the reason as well. The old way with 3 subs, a team who's down in a game are not able to put that many sets of fresh legs out there as they try to chase down that goal. And a lot of times might be content to just get out of there with a loss. Wasn't your day, get them next time. But now with 5 subs, you can impact the game immensely. It's allowed teams to come back later on, last half hour, more so than in the past. Very interesting conversation we had. Mims pointed out that that's not just a trend in League One, that's a trend in global soccer. We saw it at the Euros, we saw it in the Gold Cup, Copa America, in this summer of soccer with all the international tournaments. Saw it at the Olympics. And he thinks, at least he has a very keen suspicion that we will see it once foreign leagues get going again as well. Premier League starts next week in England. France just started their season today, Spain next week. Mims thinks it is a trend for global soccer, not one that he necessarily likes, because he is someone who always wants to win every game he's in. But for now, they navigate the landscape of all these ties. The ties have been good for Omaha, though. With all the teams below them drawing each other, a point gets split, a point goes away, and it hasn't allowed any team to really gain too much ground on Omaha. Counterpoint to that is they've had so many draws of their own, 6 of them, that they haven't been able to open up as big of a lead as they hoped. But a win tonight, they'll finish tonight 5 points ahead of Chattanooga and 6 ahead of Greenville. Quickly taken to Doyle, threaded through for Villadere, end line all the way across off the training ground, that free kick play. Nobody on the backside to head it home. The league leader in chances created, Dami Villadere. Will we see Greg Hurst at some point tonight? We'll find out. See a little scuffle here. Leonard didn't take too kindly. Charlie Hodzic. Boyce comes in to try to keep the peace. Yeah, they're a little late to the party. Still got involved. Well done by Corbin May to step in and not allow that to escalate. Both of those guys very apologetic immediately, Ali Hodzic and Leonard. Miscue at the back from Tobin and Leonard. You could chalk that one up maybe to just a lack of familiarity. Leonard typically in the midfield. Fernandez typically next to Tobin. Ali Hodzic turns, taken down. Made a meal of that one. Lamelli to Gebhardt. Seeing more of the same issues tonight for Madison so far. They'll control the tempo, but then what do you do in the attacking third and across midfield? Carl Craig felt that the first meeting against Omaha on this field would help get things going in the right direction offensively. Because it's such a small park, you could get more shots on goal, more opportunities to score. And if they could have found a couple, it would start setting them in the right direction offensively. They only had one real good opportunity in that game. It was the Tobin goal late that tied at 1-1. And that started a string of 3 consecutive 1-1 draws for Madison. Here they find themselves again struggling to find opportunities on this field. Perez chips it. Fuson takes it down. Diaz and Fuson work together. Nice turn inside. Better tackle, though, by Souza. Malloy finds a pocket for Jepson. Flag goes up on Fuson. Can't watch the match, turn on Sirius XM FC 157, North America's only 24/7 source of soccer radio, featuring Ray Hudson, Tony Miola, Rodney Marsh, and USL All Access with Mike Watts and Devin Kerr every Tuesday at 7 Eastern. You can also hear live action from the USL, MLS, Premier League, and more, all on Sirius XM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Quiet night for Rashid Nuhu. Made one half-hearted stop early. Had one moment where he had to hold his breath on a free kick that hit the near post. Don't want to discredit Nuhu in any way, but part of the reason, at least a large part of the reason that he's in first place by far in the Golden Glove race is that back line. Got to give them the shine they deserve. They don't allow much to even get through to the keeper. Marino just dispatches that one. Tobin didn't put him in the best of spots with Ali Hadzic coming in. Boyce, back to Souza. All the way across to Skiers. Centralized header for Renfort. And cleared away. Kroll. Via Dare. Perez in the middle working with Diaz. Card coming out of the pocket here. Boyce was in there for the challenge. And Boyce will pick up the yellow. Another look here. Diaz draws the contact. Boyce in the book. We've seen positive signs from Perez in the midfield. That'll make Carl Craig happy. Just in his second game after being acquired on loan from Dundalk in Ireland. Made his debut for the Irish side at the end of March, near the end of that first division season. Goals and 55 collegiate appearances at University of Illinois at Chicago. For Chino Perez. Busan looking for Jepson. Carl Craig was beaming the entire time that he got to speak about Perez. Depth hasn't quite been there for Madison. Some injuries have factored into that, but as players are coming back, as they're getting to full strength, and now the likes of Perez in the fold, Enriquez, another midseason acquisition in that midfield. Carl Craig is starting to see this team reach the vision he had for them before the season. And as they continue to build that chemistry, find their identity, he's confident they can make a late season push here. It's such a tight table. Doyle, second in the league in assists. Had some options ahead of him, but just pulls it back. That was not a good signal there from the fourth official, Esad Omanovic. He is pulling the teams off the field. I mentioned at the start of the half, there was a chance for weather in the area, and unfortunately, it is on its way through. So here in the 58th minute, we will head into a delay. It's 1-0 Union Omaha. Dalton Knutson in the 19th minute had the goal. But just 13 minutes into half number 2 here in the 58th minute, we head to a lightning delay. We'll keep you updated here on ESPN Plus, and we will rejoin you when the action continues. Stick with us.